Good afternoon, everybody. And how are we all doing on this lovely Sunday afternoon? Niv, thank you for being here. Everybody, welcome. I'm very happy to have anybody and everybody here working on commissions. That's actually fantastic. I love seeing especially my artist friends get commissions because I know it's an incredibly competitive industry. I know that it's very difficult to make even like the tiniest bit of impact, but I love seeing your art, Niv, and I love seeing you having commissions because that means you're beginning to make that progress, and I love seeing it. So yeah, I'm very happy about that. We're going to dive right back into Disco Elysium. Last week, although it was very difficult to do so, and we ended up in a pretty shitty situation, we did manage to find Ruby. And we essentially confirmed... I'm going to put the volume down a little. We essentially confirmed that Ruby probably isn't the killer, even though that's who Klaasje claimed that it was, and further, that the lynching was not Ruby's idea, which is what we were told. So there's a lot of weird stuff going on, and there are a lot of people who we potentially need to question about it. But before we can do any of the questioning, we have to load a game. Ruby actually came close to killing herself when I threatened to arrest her, but I managed to talk her down and she escaped, because everything else aside, I don't think she is guilty. And the very last thing we did last stream was pick up her notebook, her journal. And now we will have the opportunity to read it, and hopefully in here, there will be clues. A well-loved journal with a brown leather cover and the brand name Schneller embossed on the back. It seems to have served as a loyal friend to a lonely traveler.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Examine the cover.
It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. This was important to her when it was still hers.
So yeah, after she ran away, she abandoned everything because, you know, we're the fucking cops. Unwind the strap.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
It's a lot. Let's study the handwriting.
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently. Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins.
Oh, that's how I normally write. I don't generally keep a journal or a diary or anything, but when I do have to write long paragraphs, I make a lot of mistakes. Yeah, many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out with tiny corrections scrolled above and in the margins. That's exactly the way I write. Flip through the pages.
It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
I've got a new thought coming on.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
What kind of logistics?
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
No real surprise there. We know she was the drug pusher.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Perfect. What are the diagrams of?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Okay. And Ruby actually told us a lot about the Pale as well. Which is basically this field of radio waves that fucks up anybody trying to move through the area. Um, and sorry, by the area, anybody who tries to move through certain areas of the sea, and it's also what she used to try to mess up me and Kim. Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places, probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them.
Interesting.
Staff issues, always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. How far back do the entries go?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
So, from as far back as, that's like 9 months back, as far as this game's going, she's known that she can be disposed of. What did she write the day that Lily died?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
Dang it, I failed that logic check. Oh, and I rolled an 11 and needed a 12? Fuck. Anything about La Puta Madre? La Puta Madre, for those who haven't caught all the episodes, is basically a gang/crime family.
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell.
Okay.
Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th.
Let's read the entry from March 9th.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder.
Now, this is the second time we've heard this, that Harry is an agent of La Puta Madre, which is curious because he's also a cop.
Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake.
I wouldn't now, but I am a different person.
You didn't follow through. You should have shot her in the head.
I would never kill people for a mob boss. That is certainly true now.
The thought steadies your nerves. The journal stops shaking in your hand.
Read the entry from March 12th.
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course.
Did.
I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves.
Hey, Summer.
Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. The call was a courtesy. He must have held her in high regard to personally tell her he knew about her plan to run drugs for the competition.
And so I was sent. No problem, Summer. Appreciate you, even if you're just lurking. Or even if you can't lurk. You're appreciated anyway. What's the most recent entry?
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that.
Which you were, but
Forever
wrongly.
on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
Yeah, I think she was.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
She didn't do it. Maybe it's good that we didn't catch her.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her.
Yeah, but we had to let her go in that situation. I wasn't going to let her commit suicide.
Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the Madre.
Kim, am I really a La Puta Madre agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
The other people at the hostel.
His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
Who do you think killed the merc?
Classio was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or...
It can't have been her. The shot came from outside because it broke the glass. Or it didn't? No, the glass was broken inward. The shot came from outside. We know that much. Plus, no one heard a shot.
Maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her.
An accomplice would make sense.
One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Hey, Josh. Not a lot. We've just been reading through Ruby's journal, which is mostly about drug running and raises the question again of if I am an agent for this crime boss, La Puta Madre. Kim doesn't think I am.
Some kind of superstar.
Oh, these are even read out loud now.
They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls.
Yes.
It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one.
Ah, so I've got a permanent -1 to logic, which sucks. But the learning cap for visual calculus, suggestion, electrochemistry, and composure are raised to 6. Plus, I have enough points to get rid of this if I need to. There are also a couple of other ones I could learn if I wanted to. Kingdom of Conscience, Arno van Eyck. Wasteland of Reality. That's an interesting one. Wompty Dumpty Dom Center is still the funniest name. It's so stupid. I love it. And the Insulundian Miracle. I'm not going to bother with any of those quite yet. So return to the Whirling in Rags, and am I his agent? I don't have a lot of tasks left. Not that one. I'm also going to put away my gun. I really don't need a gun anymore, but I'll keep my truth stick, just in case. Oh wait, a thing? Fucking money in it? Heck yes. Dark water trails into the distance. There is no way out. A thing that Ruby discovered in the most unpleasant way. Think there's anything useful around here. Just a collapse there. Okay. So we have to go back to the Whirling. And I'd also like to pop back into the church. I believe there was one task left there to try to figure out, you know, the hole in the universe. Which is apparently a thing that exists in this game. But now that we know a little bit more about the Pale, and we've been in the latitude compressor, I wonder if that will help us understand what's going on there. Also put away my flashlight. Because whatever happened there in the church, I don't think is too different to what happened to me with the... Oh, wait, it's down here. With the Pale latitude compressor. So I wonder if that might give me an advantage to trying to figure this out. Unfortunately, I do have that -1 logic, but I can hopefully make up for that with some clothing choices. Also, I have made some changes to my streaming setup. Because I know I've recently had some terrible luck with dropped frames. I'm hoping the new setup will be more stable. We'll see. So does any of these give me a -1 to logic is the first question. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Now does anything give me a + to logic? That gives me a + to logic. It's half-light, not logic. Doesn't look like there's a lot that does that. That's encyclopedia, not logic. That's -1 logic, which is the opposite of what I want. +2 logic. Nice. I do like the clothing system as a way to switch up your skills. Ooh! Fucking look at me. That is a man who knows what he's doing with life. This hat is +2 logic, so I'm going to go with that instead.
Yes, what is it?
The Pale is still unknown. In spite of how much I've read and learned about the Pale, I've still got that -10 there because Pale unknown. I'm surprised. I thought Ruby's machine would have helped me understand that. Okay, that is unfortunate. Is there anything... No, she can't really tell me much about that. Heck, I thought you would be able to tell me about that.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and
Junes.
complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body, her face oval and sad.
Got a very low shot at getting this with my current visual calculus score. I don't think this is important, but I do want to see if I can do it just with clothing. Anything here reduce my visual calculus? Probably not. No. So let's see if I can up my visual calculus using clothing. That's better. I mean, it's not better by a lot. And I've got a lot of skill points if I want to do that. I mean... yeah, that jacket just makes me better at understanding maths. You know. Like, I like these because some of these make perfect sense. And some of them make absolutely zero sense, and they just kind of lean into it. Like, the fact that the silk gown improves your drama, of fucking course it does. But everything else is a bit silly, and I like it that way.
The mother of humanism stands above you.
58% chance.
Complex wax painting.
It's a white check, and I don't think it's super important.
The length of her body.
So
Her
I'm
face
going to
open
take
and
the...
sad.
I'm going to take the shot.
Nothing.
Fuck.
Just the edge of the crack sparkles in the dark. There may have been a writing here, but you cannot make out what it said.
I mean, it might choose. Have you tried? Okay. I wonder who can tell me about the Pale. Because I've heard about it now. Actually, that sounds like something that the bookshop lady might be able to help me with, now that I think about it. I'm going the wrong way. That's fine. Let's see if quick travel works. Quick travel does not work. Or if it does, I don't know how to do it. These are the fishermen's shacks. If maybe you can only do it from here? No. No, so I'm really not sure about quick travel. You read a Steam thread about the Pale with some answers to that question? Not for now, Juice. I think I've got some idea about the Pale, but just because I know doesn't mean that Harry knows. Not enough to answer the question anyway. From last week, basically what I understand is that it's essentially a pervasive field of radio waves, which
Just up
fucks
ahead.
up people's brains.
Danger.
Oh?
What you have isn't enough. You'll need more firepower. A ranged weapon.
Oh?
Snowflakes stick to your pry bar. Or crowbar. Or pry bar. Call it what you will. It doesn't stand a chance against military-grade weaponry.
Why is this happening?
Be prepared. Make sure you have your pepper box in your hand. Your fingers reflexively reach for the Villiers 9mm pistol in your pockets.
I'm not sure I feel ready for what lies ahead.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
Oh no. I'm deeply unprepared for this. Oh, this dude's gone. What?
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Oh no. I'm not ready for this. Oh no.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
And they're all in full armor. And there's 3 of them, which is 1 more than I thought there would be.
Shut up. Not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
I am deeply unprepared.
There's something very wrong with him.
He's dangerous.
Shh.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
Yeah. Oh no.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
I think that's a terrible idea. Fuck all of you. I mean, at this point, not the Hardys. Like, the Hardys are in the right here.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Oh.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
It sounds like the armored figure is weeping.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Oh.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
Yeah, that's a good question. Because everything up until this point has told us that there were 3 of them, including the murdered man. So, this new person very much surprises me.
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
Big one's the mercenary at the gates.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
I don't know, Juice. I've never played this game.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
We're out of time. This is...
Mercenary Tribunal.
Oh, shit. I didn't think this would happen now. And I don't know if this is the end of the game or if there's more after this. But I need to get between them. Otherwise, there will be blood. We have to intervene. Kim said it. Stop. This is the police.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
He licks his lips, waving his gun at the crowd. Losing his balance for a moment, he staggers backwards.
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire.
I trust empathy more than Half-Light. Half-Light is a fucking crazy bastard. I don't trust him. I can talk to him. If Kim dies, I just want everybody to know. If Kim dies, I am reloading my save. Because fuck this. He's calming down. I can talk to him.
You can't think that way now. This is serious.
Big fuck!
The voice from beneath the helmet interrupts your thoughts. You only make out the last word. Saying that they're drunk is not going to change things one way or the other. Threatening them is the worst possible idea. They feel very confident in their full armor. Apart from the helmets, this dude over here has genuinely full armor. I'm going to try to talk them down. No one needs to die here today.
Oh, people gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle.
It was him. He's the only person we've seen with the rifle. He killed the other merc. Because he wanted this to happen. We haven't seen anybody in this entire town with a working rifle. Lots of handguns. But this shot was not from the roof. It was from a long way away. He's the first person we've seen, including the other mercs, with a rifle. They specifically say the killer loads his long rifle, so very possibly a sniper rifle. He would be trained to make a shot from a long distance. It was him. He's the one we didn't know about.
The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first. Get under his skin.
Okay, suggestion. If you say so.
I don't know about this getting under his skin. What if he gets under yours? I'm barely keeping your hand from trembling here.
Oof.
Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
Hand-eye coordination legendary. Shoot Cortana. Oh. These three. Suggestion, composure, and empathy, but especially composure. Think of an argument. 42, not great. Talk about the hanged man. Shit. They can. These are all red checks. Who is that? I didn't know you had a third guy.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
The killer?
The gunner. The raddest. The killer.
He points to the figure clad entirely in ceramic plate.
What do you think he does?
Tends to the stables? Yeah, if I say I kill killers, he's just going to shoot me. We all know that's what happens, right? You think you're real tough, huh? This killing is meaningless.
Huh.
That struck some chord. A dark chord.
What are we waiting for? Let's blow that pig fucking mouth off his face.
Lance Corporal, just fucking shut up and wait for your order.
He is not used to commanding or leading. He feels uncomfortable. He'd rather shoot to kill.
Oh, it is. The Wild Pines rep does not approve of this. I think they're beyond that point. They don't care about Wild Pines. Do I throw Classia under the bus? I feel like at this point she kind of deserves it. She has lied to us time and time and time again. Led us to track down Ruby, who was not the killer. I wish I could change my clothes. That's one thing you cannot do at this point. You can use points. Do I just super buff my hand-eye coordination? Which would be... what, Motarix? Oh, I can only get an extra 1 point, no matter what. Oh, ho, 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 ho. I ain't shooting this guy, I can tell you that much. Oh. Okay. Step 1 is they didn't do it. I've confirmed that at this point.
Yeah? Who did
that? Yeah, saying I need more time is not going to solve this. I think I know who it was, though. It wasn't Glacia, but it might have been her accomplice, assuming she had one, which would still make her to blame. It wasn't Titus. I genuinely believe it wasn't Ruby. Fuck, could it have been me? No, because I came to town after the murder. The only thing I can say is that it's someone who's not here now. That's the best I know.
How fucking convenient.
He gives you a drunken stare, then puts his hand on the gun. The thing is, I'm confident it was the killer. He was shot from a great distance. A sniper did it.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh? How about the kid? Tell me. Magic fucking sniper one more time.
Oh, that was the wrong decision.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
Oh no. Oh no, did I just kill Elizabeth?
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her.
Why doesn't he believe me? Okay. Okay. The one stat I buffed before I came here, chat. I can still fail this, but this is the best shot I've got. Oh! Shit. 92% chance. This has got to work. This has got to work. Why doesn't he believe me?
The Hardy
okay.
confessed to hanging him all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud in a public place.
See, if I say they didn't confess, that's not true. The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him all together in a public place. But if I can tell him that he was shot, he wasn't hanged, hopefully that will be enough to at least slow shit down. Oh my god, this is tense.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
He doesn't move the weapon. Bad.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
When they confessed, they were lying. The gardener isn't even one of them. She kind of is. That's not going to be helpful. The hanging was only a cover-up. I've rarely in a game been more tense than this. This is amazing.
Liars.
Holy shit!
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over.
Holy
her head,
shit!
crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
Holy shit.
I missed.
The man looks at his revolver and smiles.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
They did.
That's bad. You need to stop arguing now. This won't be won by talking about the case. They don't care.
Think of an argument. Can I buff my rhetoric further? Only by 1 point.
International
Fuck.
something. International law.
This tribunal is against the law, the international law. Don't say it.
Don't say it. But now you stood there scratching your ass for 1.5 seconds. You think this helps things?
Suggestion. You've come in clutch so many times. Do I level it up twice? Okay, if I failed one 58% chance, Gambler's Fallacy means I have to succeed the next 58% chance? That's how it works, right? Oh, God, this is terrible. Ah.
Dangerous.
Okay.
Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Okay, so which one of these does that? Which one of these does that? The first one is accusatory, the second one will hopefully lead to a discussion, so who are you? Corty?
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
Oh.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly. Corty, Cortiner, Major Raoul Corty, Cortiner, friends with Lely. Raoul and Lely.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. All sentenced to death by lead.
So, one of the things that gave me a +1 was the fact that he had blue eyes. So I'm going to mention it. But the issue is, Suggestion said that personal facts about him shouldn't come from my mouth. So I'm going to mention a thing they did together, which was Banaitel 41.
Our colonel did what he had to do. It was either one cunt or 100 of them. Rude here.
In your ship pipes, right, little fucker.
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates. Wipe out mud huts like that. When he gets bored, Lely knew how to command.
These guys are terrible.
He was a good commander. I can see you miss him.
Oops, all war crimes.
Oh yeah, he would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. That didn't happen, because Hayseed, Bill, and Kipty the Kipt here fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2 weeks after. And you fucks did nothing.
Listen, man. We told you we...
Ellen, shut up.
Told us what? What did you say? Who said that? Tattoo fuck. You'll die first.
Listen, you're Lily. Everyone says good things about him. He was a talker.
Fuck do you mean, talker?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah.
Yeah. He liked to chat up the natives. Share leaflets. Squeeze a bit of kit-tass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, clay monkey. I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
This one isn't used to being suited this long. She's uncomfortable. We'll open fire just to hurry things along.
As I said, there was a +1 bonus for the fact that I saw he had blue eyes. So mentioning that hopefully won't cause him to kill anybody. God, I really thought I'd killed Elizabeth.
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man.
He smiles, pulling his face in a strange way.
It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths.
Your colonel did not deserve to go out like that. I promise I will find his killer.
Find his killer? Cop, his killer stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here. Today.
Big talk, but you got him to admit he's a bad leader. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Shit. Okay, since he's admitted he's a bad leader, would mentioning that the Wild Pines rep does not approve of this matter? Shit. This is much more difficult than I expected. I'm gonna go for this one. He's admitted he's a bad leader. Maybe forcing him to acknowledge that this is also not what his employers want will matter in some way?
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
Change the topic. I don't think this is helping.
Fucking waste this fuck!
Where is Klassia? She can explain this.
Who the fuck is that?
Klassia, the woman upstairs, where is she?
She left!
Oh, isn't that curious? Isn't that curious? She's here every fucking day, refuses to leave, and the moment she gets me to chase Ruby, she fucks off.
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
Garte, what the hell are you doing here? But what do you mean she left?
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
We should have arrested her.
We should
You
have.
could feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
Oh, that gave me a +1 on this check. Got him doubting his leadership. I can only see one way to change this. I can only see one way to change this. I cannot talk them down. That much is clear. That much is clear. Chap, I need your power. I need your power. 58%. I am more likely to succeed than to fail. But I also know... Thank you, Juice. Give me the power of... I'm more likely to succeed than to fail. This is not Stardew Valley, so my RNG is not completely evil. I've passed one 58% chance and failed one 58% chance. So now, this is all I can do. If Kim dies, I'm safe scanning. I've told you that, and I'm willing to do it. Shit.
A small explosion expels the bullet from the chamber. With a puff of smoke, it hits the man square in the chest, producing a soft...
Shit.
Like dice rolling.
Go ahead. Have another try.
Another
Fucking
soft
twice?
like a firecracker goes off in your hand. Another soft click from the gleaming white cuirass.
How did I fail twice? What is this RNG? Why am I cursed?
They teach you to shoot the chest in Copland? Stupid fuck. Kill him.
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
Where is Kim?
From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude.
Oh good! Oh good, I've got a 17% chance to dodge.
The shot rings and you stop. Something violently tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards with incredible force. A volcano of burning pain erupts from your left shoulder. The pain flows over your entire body like an awful shock. A grim knowing rises from within. Half of your body must be gone.
God, please.
He aims, face pale.
Then, 2 shots ring out, and you hear a scream. But you're too hurt to see who got hit.
Who screamed?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers.
Oh God, watch out!
Look him in the eye. People have a bad habit in real life of not being able to shoot someone whose face they can see.
A look of happiness.
Oh,
His
good!
eyes seem unnaturally bright, shining like stars. Something in the fear must distort him somehow. He is evil, and the end. Here it comes. Death.
I have a 3% chance to dodge the bullet.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Listen through the darkness and the pain.
The Hardy Boys are yelling. Someone is running, jumping over you. In the background you hear gunfire shatter glass, and then a man in pain. A familiar sound. It's Titus with a splat like meat. You hear bullets rip into him. His voice, still giving orders, grows fainter. A gurgle. He's not gonna make it.
Touch your lower body.
Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got.
What parts of me are missing?
Most of what's down there.
I don't care.
You can also feel the bone where the bullet went in. Something very sharp, like broken teeth under your fingers.
Try to open your eyes. What do I see?
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
Out of it, a silhouette appears crouching over you. You hear a familiar voice filled with urgency and fear. Kim didn't die. This is fine. Of course, I get gunned down and die. Sorry, fuck.
Yes, keep talking. Stay awake. Look at me.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away. Almost gone. When suddenly...
No!
You sense something behind him.
No, fuck this! I can die, that's fine, I deserve it. If you lay a hand on Kim, I will come back as the fucking Ghost Rider. And you will never know a moment's peace.
A shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands.
No, Kim!
No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips, your eyes are full of fear. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a roar of pain, a death scream. The sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The hulking figure, too, is gone. And so is Kim, and the whole world.
Fall into total darkness.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
Let me back into the fight.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours. Hurting. Moaning in his sleep. And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs. And feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers. thrashing in his own sleep.
I don't think I died.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world. You're thirsty. Reach for the glass of water by the bed. The world is still there. Sleep some more.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside.
I don't know, Josh.
It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
That went badly enough that I'm tempted to save Scum anyway. But at the same time...
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
I don't care that I'm alive. Kim's alive. This is the best outcome. I don't care about anything else that happened. Kim.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
He's in the middle of a freshly cleaned room with the fan above his head like a halo. His face is covered in bruises. I don't think he's a ghost. What did you... Yeah, what happened?
What happened? You shot the Major, and successfully, a firefight ensued.
Well, look, shooting the Major was honestly I felt, the only choice. What happened then?
As retaliation, the rifleman shot you. He hit with his carabine. I was looking for a clear line of sight. When I found it...
Tim Kiridan, I hate that you say that, and I hate that now I'm looking at Kim's picture and he has a fucking halo. And I can't remember if he always had one.
He sounds a tiny bit sorry he did not find it before you got hit.
He's always had the halo. Okay, so Kim's... The halo doesn't indicate that Kim is dead. That much is clear. Unless we've all been dead this whole time, and that's a whole separate issue.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in a hospital yesterday. Alain and the young musician, I forget his name, they are all that's left.
Titus is dead?
Yes. You were bleeding out by then. You warned me. I was able to disarm Cortana before he got the jump on me.
Thank you, although...
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Crenel took him. A stray bullet killed the Pole, though. And that's what happened.
How many casualties on the Union side, total? Actually, I'm curious about the Major.
He's in a private hospital across the river. Crenel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns out he's insured.
Of course.
There is unveiled anger in his voice.
We won't get to him anymore. The good news is he's not coming here either. I did some damage.
How many casualties on the Union side?
5. Glenn, Theo, Shanky.
Not
Angus,
Theo!
The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Titus.
Not Theo! Theo was the rad old man!
Yes.
Titus is dead? I thought you only smoked one a day.
This is the one.
And that's...
All.
a total shit show, Kim.
Yes, officer. 6 people are dead. It's not a success.
I mean... Don't worry, Summer. I might reload. It went badly enough.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet.
Like, it was just a complete shit show.
And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
How bad am I hurt?
Pretty bad, officer. You've suffered 2 wounds. The first is below your shoulder. The bullet passed through your shoulder blade, luckily missing your lung and heart.
I mean, you know what, Juice? Fuck it, Kim deserves that.
The second shot hit you in the thigh, the left quadriceps. No major arteries were nicked, but the bullet had to be removed. Bacterial infection was treated with mercurochrome.
No one uses mercurochrome anymore. I mean, there must be a reason, but when I was a kid, that's what they used for fucking everything. Can I walk?
We will see.
Oh!
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
Has anyone from my station been to see me? Actually, are you hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from the major beating me with the butt of his gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see him coming. Stupid of me.
Someone from my station been to see me?
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
Good. I don't need them.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Odd. You haven't seen any, have you?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
If not my station, then who treated me?
I did.
Thank you.
No need.
Okay. He's probably a field medic.
Easy now.
Lieutenant turns double again before your eyes, an orange hue of pain.
How are you?
My disco days are done.
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant V. Freighter.
Oh, Kim. Kim, you beautiful man, you. What happens now, Kim?
I honestly don't know.
But I don't know either.
We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too, thanks to our meddling.
You don't think it was a good idea?
I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad.
Oh.
Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Who did it then, Kim? Who killed the hanged man?
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone.
God. I've rarely in a game felt that I have fucked up so completely as I do now. Like, the game's not over, but just it feels like everything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong.
Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
There's still a 28% possibility the shot came from a distance.
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
This is because I'm a Laputa Madre peon, isn't it?
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies.
Oh!
Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
That does make some sense.
What about the hole in the wall? Someone was checking her out.
I don't know. That's been there for years.
That's fair. You know what I think about solving crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is almost impossible.
It can feel that way sometimes, yes.
He sounds surprisingly weary. That concussion must be making him dizzy.
You're not ready to give up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp?
I'm ready.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar cold, a red thread on the roof upstairs. Taut, plucked like a string by the gust.
Oh, whoa, Stealth. I'm glad that you slept. We should check Mrs. Katarzyna Alessia's room upstairs.
Why not?
Stealth. Stealth and gold, both of you. You must see the VOD. It was a shit show. 6 people are dead. It went real bad. Real fast.
Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Windows being replaced. Newly replaced glass shining in the morning light. You hear traffic outside. Back to the world again. This bedroom is so clean compared to what I'm used to. Oh. Look, the door is open. You can walk right into Kim's room. Kim's room! We're roomies now. Anything to see in the mirror?
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean. You see the reflection of your face in the mirror, such as it is, without the expression. It's just hairy.
I want to fix... God. I don't know. I'm just doing shit at this point. I'm glad you're back,
The
Niv.
bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean.
Let's
You
try
see
to fix the
reflection of
faucet.
your face in the mirror. The faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you just might be able to twist its parts into place. You handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. The faucet regains a recognizable shape. The steam stops. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is connected. Everything has a purpose. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it.
Here's the thing. Part of me wants to reload. And I said up front, if something happens to Kim, I will reload. But this isn't a game over. It sucks, but this is how the game goes the way I'm playing it. It's shitty, but I want to stick with this. Oh. That's a curious statement, Niv. You should know. That feels like a thing to know. Kim's room. The alarm is set for 6:50 a.m. Medicinal supplies in the cupboard. Mercurochrome, a scalpel, antibiotics.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
You're in court stream talking about Grimace creating nuggets from his body. Okay, so you know where you were physically, just not mentally, is what I'm getting, Niv. It's still bizarre, but...
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Yeah, I get that, Gold. Thanks for keeping this thing alive a little longer.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go?
Gold, you are in my heart. That's where you are. This Serial 8 player has been reunited with the right speaker. Ouch, that leg hurts. Maybe if you don't run, it'll be okay. Oh. Okay. Is there a note here? Looks like she left something on the table.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
The lieutenant turns to the staircase suspiciously, looking for any signs of another presence in the shadows above. What could this gift be?
I am not drawing my gun, yet, but I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note. Just don't walk into another radio trap, okay? Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
Seems she left in a hurry.
It's hardly surprising.
Oops. So yeah, that went terribly. Ugh. And it was all because of the fucking RNG. Well, this is interesting. A red thread made of nylon. It leads out of the room and onto the roof.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez. B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
Where does the thread lead?
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime, the island in the bay.
Interesting. Is she trying to tell us the shot came from the islet?
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
There are ruins on that islet. A sunken seaport. I saw it through the coin-operated viewer.
The lieutenant looks out the window and onto the bay.
How did she know how to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass. It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
Of course we don't trust her.
I don't know. At this point,
What difference does it make?
It's also the only point of origin we haven't ruled out yet.
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
Maybe we need to go to the island.
The wind blows in from the open window. The lieutenant sighs, looking into the cold distance across the water. The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez, looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there?
What else is there?
Not a lot, no.
I'm going to the island. Are you in?
Of course, of course. I mean, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had her sloop, but she's gone.
It's amazing, just the terrible new tone of this all. It just all feels shit at this point. I don't know if that's audible, but we're having a not particularly severe but lovely thunderstorm at the moment. Lillian the net picker. She's tarring her boat.
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Okay. I guess, yeah. Whoops, not that one. That one. Oh, this whole situation is just... At some point, I'm going to have to replay this game. Just to see different paths. And... the showdown... I feel like, in spite of what happened... Thank you, Stealth. Is that what the Japanese audio translates to? Because that's fantastic. But yeah, I hardly see how that could have gone worse.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
I did, thank you. Big improvement.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire.
Didn't defend it particularly well, given that 6 fucking people died. But...
I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was an honest effort. I was watching until it went down. Crawled inside, then bullets started flying. Anyway.
Oh, you're right, Stealth. Surskit could get us across.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by, in the danger zone, so to say.
He was.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now.
That's
this
good.
This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. Just felt I needed to specify that.
That's fucking fair. Where did everyone go? Not here.
Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
Juice, admittedly, like a week ago, I did fucking wreck his room and then take several days to pay it back. Like, I don't blame him. What happened to the man with the sunglasses?
I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
Okay, so I have to mention, when it happened, you were right out there on the balcony.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a badass.
Fucking Carte. You're so not, but I've grown to love you.
It really took courage. Don't pick at him.
If you say it as two different words, it sounds like there's something wrong with your ass. Yeah, I guess you are a badass.
Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I die.
Oh!
He means it. It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself, stepping onto that balcony.
Alright, I guess. Thank you.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Well, it's the only place. Okay. Just me and my truth stick. Oh, God! Oh, God.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his beer can in welcome.
Oh, no! If they were all gone, it would have been better than just the two of them.
Oh, it's you. Didn't think we'd see you walking anytime soon. Elaine, look. It's the cowardly cop.
Excuse me, I fucking did my best.
Huh? What?
He looks up, his eyes full of confusion, as if he'd just woken from a deep sleep.
He's very, very drunk.
You know what? I don't blame him.
Our condolences for your losses.
He says with a little nod, but the remaining Hardy Boys don't seem to register his words. What's going to happen to the Hardy Boys now that Titus is dead?
Titus is fucking dead.
What's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys? Look around you, man. This shit is done. There are no more Hardy Boys.
You two are just going back to hauling containers in the harbor?
No, man. I don't know. I guess the Union will still be policing the neighborhood, but who's gonna do it now?
You, Eugene.
Me? No, man. I'm not a leader. You know, Titus only recruited me because I play the guitar. Said the team could use the morale boost.
Oh.
If any of them had leadership capacity beside Titus, it's him. Keep encouraging him.
You can do it. Eugenie, boys, has quite the ring, doesn't it?
What? Fuck no. If I'd stay, we'd keep the name to honor Titus.
That's a noble thought. You're going to do all right. No one is born to lead.
Titus was, but thanks for the vote of confidence. If I don't stick around, it's all over. So, I guess I sort of have to now.
Yeah, man. You got this. You got this.
I haven't got shit, Al.
There's something there. A germ of determination. He knows he has no choice but to rise to the occasion.
Every party needs a good bard. That's you, Eugene.
This is not completely ludicrous. Him and Titus were the only detectives of the bunch. Titus more, but Eugene at least knew how to think along.
Any idea what happened to Classia?
Damn songbird of misery, that one.
And do you have any information on this songbird of misery?
God said she took off sometime before the firefight. That's all. Trying to remember if there was anything. Oh yeah, he said she seemed to be in a real hurry.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, you too. It's a rough world out there. It's not easy being a cop. We were too hard on you. Both of you. We shouldn't have fucked with you like we did. You got between us and a lot of bullets in that fight. Matinees owes you one.
You're right, Gold. Fuck. He should have pulled out his guitar and given me bardic inspiration. That would have helped so much during my shitty rolls.
That's kind of you to say. Take care of your friend, okay?
I will. You take care of yours.
A sharp pain shoots up your side and into your stomach. You must not look too good. Luckily, it passes.
This is... God, I forgot that Bardic Inspiration is an extra D6 at level 1. Bards are great for filling out a party. If you've got all the rolls you need, one day... I cannot read that.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull.
Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
Anybody read French better than I do? I can only read the first word, which I believe the first two words, which I believe is one day. I'm guessing one day something will return.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Okay, Kim, thank you.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
One day I will return to your side. I'm not going to set it on fire. That seems like a terrible, terrible decision. Why would I do that? Oh, wait. No. Old man, I wish to speak to you.
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man?
Okay. I will do it, Juice, for you.
Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same.
Where is Renee?
The prick is gone. I can
Oh,
barely
God!
believe it, but he's really gone.
God, this game! Also, stealth. I only have a cigarette. I do not have hands in my... mouths in my hands.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkled face.
May Renee rest in peace.
Yes, in peace.
Oh, that's just so heartbreaking. Fine.
The graffito has been painted. This was Cindy the Skull. The fuel oil catches fire immediately.
Holy shit!
A bright orange flash across the surface of the lettering. The falling snow turns to vapor above the burning message, mingling with the black smoke.
Disco Elysium.
The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. Then the flames warmed him too. Not at all in a bad way.
Let's go to that island.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout and springtime.
Disco Elysium. Well said stuff. Okay, and now I have to walk slowly, because when I run, it hurts too much. Or not? It did before. I'm glad to have let you see it again, Juice. Oh yeah. Oh, God. In terms of what has happened with the story, this has been one of the worst streams of any game I've ever played. It's just... That's not how any of this was meant to happen. Doing my best to be a hero. And... Sometimes you can't save everybody.
Officer, what happened? You're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible.
Oh, she hasn't heard. Interesting.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
I got shot in the thigh, not the foot. But I got shot in the foot. It was pretty badass. You would have liked it.
Is this from the shooting in town?
Oh.
We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
So she heard about the shooting, she didn't hear the details.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
I also got shot in the chest.
That's nothing to brag about, officer.
It's not serious. He'll be okay.
You feel the ligament move on your left shoulder, and a small, warm drip of blood. It's nothing.
Oh, good. No, it's not nothing, Endurance. Having a wound that has healed and starts bleeding again is the opposite of nothing. I have a question for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
We need to get to that island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
Not along attentively.
Crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Ugh. I can't believe you all made me add a whole slide. What's on the island? I saw some kind of ruins through the binoculars.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Still, don't worry about it. It'll be fine.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
You said you haven't been there yourself. Who has then, if not you?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
Oh, Juice, you're not wrong.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Which kids?
The twins.
Oh!
God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go?
You
Would
know
that be
what?
alright?
You know what? You're not wrong still.
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Is there anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Ah, Lillian, you're so lovely.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Thank you. You'll use your skiff to get out there.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you?
Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Okay, let's talk to some kids.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Okay, kids, you've been to that island, right?
On that island?
The one who's busy kicking his stones points to the bay. Yes, that one. I need to know what's there.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Nice.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
Yeah, they sound much younger than I would expect from those models. Wait, you mean shells?
I don't know what those are.
What then?
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Whomst is the fire guy?
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Someone lives on the island?
No. Yes.
Oh, good. That solves the issue.
Let's go with yes.
Why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go.
But you do.
Yes.
You mentioned something about lights?
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
Okay, so that's definitely a no. Is there anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age? Does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think.
Yeah, you don't think. That much is clear.
No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times.
What? Okay, there's a guy. That is the totality of what I know. Crabman lives in the church, but there could be a second Crabman.
He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
But,
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Your father used to go to that island too, didn't he?
Our father killed himself.
Okay, not the question I asked.
Don't say that, he didn't.
His brother punches him. The boy's eyes well up like he's about to start crying. Your father did not kill himself.
I don't know.
The boy who made the claim finds himself unsure of it. He looks around.
Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy.
Oh, their father's totally the fire guy.
The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make sense.
Okay, that's what logic says. Hey, user! So the first hour to an hour and a half of stream was a complete shit show. 6 people are dead, I'm not kidding. And it went almost as badly as it could, except Kim didn't get hurt, so it could have gone much worse. Apart from that, it's great. How are you? Is that all you know? Is there anything more you can tell me about the island? The boy rubs his eyes. It's clear that he has no intention of finishing the sentence.
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Yeah. Okay. To the island we shall go.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now?
Okay, so this is like the last
Remember
section
what
of the game.
said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
I want to try the church thing. My chances of success are very low, but I want to try. Did I ever go in here? Oh, there's nothing in there. I want to try to figure out what the hole in the universe is. Even if I fail... I mean, fuck it at this point. I can't do any worse than I've been doing. This is one of the few times that I've immediately wanted to replay a game while I'm playing it. Like, I just constantly want to see what could go differently. What happens if I don't kick the racist in the throat? There are so many different ways you can play it, and I want to experience all of them.
Yes, what is it?
I still don't know what the pale is. I've rolled snake eyes already today. Maybe I can roll double sixes.
All you hear is silence in your head.
Okay, so that didn't work. Oh well. Yeah, double threes is at least double something. Okay, so this is leading towards the end of the game, I guess? I'm not even sure about that. Maybe it's not. Maybe there's still a ton more stuff after this. Maybe it's just that you go to the island once. I don't know. At all. I just know that I fucked up bad.
The skiff floats on. Once you get in, that's... Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox.
What?
What? How else do we blast Sad FM on our way to the island?
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Thank you, Kim, for just being you. Get in and ride to the island. Oh god, I'm literally holding the boombox. I didn't think I would actually hold the boombox, which I forgot I had. Is that you, Limbic System? Well, here we go. This feels very much like lead up to the end of the game. This is very iconic. Hey chat, remember when I sang karaoke and it was the best moment in the entire game? This is really cool. Yeah, Juice. This is a good song for, like, towards the end of the evening. Yeah, Josh, it does feel like the credits could roll at this point. There's a big old oil spill there. Okay. So our last chance really is that the shot came from here. Although it feels kind of pointless at this point. Yeah, we'll solve the crime.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence.
Like, the reason I wanted to solve the crime was to save lives.
In the silence,
and I haven't done that.
A sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Yeah, I think you're right, Stealth. That's why it's slow. There's no real way to skip it. I mean, I didn't try, but I wouldn't want to.
Let's go.
The bombs are powerful enough to break the foundation. The rusted chain trails off into the ocean.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads to the depot in Land's End.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Well, before I go to the obvious place, I'm going to explore a little more. These tires are falling apart. They're at least 50 years old. Yeah, tires don't really degrade quickly, so yeah, can't really go much further that way. It is amazing how many times I have fucked up playing this game. Hesitated when I shouldn't have, gone too quickly when I should have taken a moment. And I think that's part of the experience of the first time you play. Like, you can never play this game for the first time again. Every single time I play this in the future, which I hope will happen, I'll know some of the times not to hesitate. But the first time, you don't know what the consequences will be of coming back tomorrow. Attention, inflammable. There's a lingering trace of mazout in the air. This is where it's leaking from. Some fuel is leaked out of the barrel. Black, viscous. This is certainly something. The barrel says ICM. You see a star with little specks in it. Warm blood trickles down your armpit. The ligature is off. It's nothing. Oh, it's something! Zoom in. The little birch from the coin-operated viewer. Still holding on. No way to get up there. The stairs are gone. As I said, solving the crime almost feels pointless at this point. And games with a lot of decisions or games where it's possible to miss something, I always find it hard to not reset if I fuck up. And in terms of that gold, I would have if I weren't streaming. But since I'm streaming, to some extent, I want this to be... I want this to be exactly the way I experience it. Hey, Red Mage. Oh, that's downstairs. I did not notice that. This was once an armament rest. Careful, these stairs have collapsed. Books, mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Oh, I didn't even notice that.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
What fuel do I even have? Or fuel instead of that?
The lieutenant assists you.
I had a fuel
holding the
canister
up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Where do these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
Tap on the side.
The tank is far from full, but there should be enough inside to keep it going for a day.
Okay. I guess. So someone's been living here.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recently?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
No time to rest now.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
There's just so much to do. Dishes stained with sauce and fire. Survivor's kitchen. Oh! More clothes still.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sift through them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures. Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories. You find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering.
Interesting.
Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Does anything stand out as unusual?
Not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes. Fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor.
Okay.
You do feel there's something you're not getting here, though. Oh well.
You see candles planted on a broken rangefinder. Moth-bitten bedsheet keeps the wind out. More clothes to steal. You know what? I am going to take that rest. The bullet holes are opening.
The offer still stands.
The bed is quite inviting, all things considered. It's much warmer inside than out there.
Yeah.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed.
Curl up with your knees close to your chest.
The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until
you
feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
Oh? How long did I sleep? Is this how I die? Did I just die? No. Kim. Where's Kim? Oh god, they got Kim. Where is Kim? The lieutenant is no longer here. Go outside to the beach. If they did something to Kim, I will do several murders. I'm gonna get outside. They said go to the beach. Do I have to go? Unless there's like a downstairs beach I can go to? Kim! Kim, my sweet, come back to me. This door is still here, closed. Feels strange somehow. Can't get in.
Oh no!
That was very appropriate, Juice. Where's Kim? Jet, this is terrible timing. I realize that. But I have to go release Flo quickly. And this seems like a place to stop, if not the best place to stop. So, give me a couple of minutes. I'll be back. Try to be good while I'm away. I know you can, even though you don't always do it. And I'll put on some music while I'm gone. I will in theory anyway. So, yeah, give me a minute. And I'm back. And I see that I've made a terrible mistake. What I'm about to do will not entirely fix the mistake, but hopefully it will make it feel a little bit less terrible. Yeah, I took those out of the queue because I didn't want them blocking up the queue. But there you go. You got your ahaha at least. I don't have trigger fire set up on my be right back screen, but I probably should. Anyway. Now we're looking for Kim. This didn't take me to Kim. Go down to the chain. There's something there. Okay, but I tried to go there. I can't go back in. Okay. You'll also notice parts of the UI are missing. So this is clearly a weird section. Go up here? Yes. And this leads me back here? Am I mad? No, this leads me to a different spot. Where the heck am I, even? I just want to find Kim. Kim is all I want in the world. Walk into the water. Now. You see her footprints on the water. Oh. Further. What?
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry.
But she was from 400 years ago?
Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking.
What?
But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go. Let her go? This is the Holy Queen of the territories of Muindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we could glean. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her back.
Wibbly wobbly timey-wimey stuff. Also, why do I need to win her back? Was I fucking married to Dolores Day somehow?
Win her back? How does that fit in here? And what is the Holy Suzerain doing here anyway?
What's in the bag?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Oh! Oh, just the crown of immortality. You know, just the fucking crown of immortality. Excuse me. Fuck this game. Crown of immortality? Aren't you already wearing one?
Oh, this.
She corrects the wreath on her forehead.
This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
Juice, that would be my guess.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. then over her shoulder. Silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind, wraps around her holy body.
Anyway.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
This isn't Dolores Day. This is his ex. Something is off.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
You don't have time to tend to my emotions?
What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive, epic showdown. That's dramatic.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really. We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters.
Well, those two words are sure interesting.
It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
I know you still love me. Kiss her, you fool. Chat, will this make up for the shitty rolls that ended up with 6 people dead? No. But if I fail this anyway, it'll be something. No, I meant failing it, Juice. I deserve to fail it because of how I fucked up. Oh. Kissing my dream Jesus wife. That I can do.
With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth. She is not kissing you back.
Oh! This is an interesting one. Little bit of fourth wall breaking. Which we actually got earlier, where the sound of the bullet hitting my leg was described as like rolling dice. Which is curious. But I succeeded.
This was not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have suggested it, and you should not have listened to me.
I feel her breath.
Her chest rising like a pillow, warm exhalations against the side of your mouth, her tender soul moving through her lungs.
Became super creepy once she didn't kiss me back.
Distant, kept safe from you.
I mean, fair enough. It became super creepy when I kissed her without, you know, when it was clear that she didn't want it. But now it's creepier. I'm just gonna go through all of these because I want to see the dialogue. Her cheek against mine.
Feels like soft fuzz, a bird covered in down feathers, brushing against your broken capillaries.
Cold silver against my forehead.
A delicate wreath on her forehead, pressing into your temple. The silver is cold from the spring evening air.
You're not kissing me back.
The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours, trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
That's it then.
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see.
She slides her hands down her chest and onto her lower stomach, and smiles.
I'm pregnant.
So yeah, this is a dream, I'm guessing, where he's projecting his ex-wife onto Dolores Day. It's his, the man I heard on the phone.
Yes, he did it.
She looks down at her belly, then up into your old eyes.
I terminated yours. Don't you remember, you poor fuck? You poverty-stricken fuck.
Oh! Well, I didn't have the opportunity to give a content warning there.
Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
No, this has to end. Do the last one. More questions. Ask more.
This has to end. Don't go.
No, don't say it. Don't beg. It will only make her go.
It's all I have left. Please.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
That's interesting. What was said there and the voice line were completely different. I swore I wouldn't let you go. You told me. You asked me to be this way. I'm gonna go with what authority says for this one.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Will we ever see each other again?
I won't see you, but you will see me.
How can that be?
Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
How will I see you again then?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental.
This is a thing that happened to him before, may have been what drove him to suicide.
I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago.
This is intolerably bad.
Oh yes. This is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Could we not? Kim, I feel like this is your fault somehow. I take that back. Kim is perfect.
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
That's a good idea, Tinkuradin. If I get completely blasted, maybe it'll help. My sleep was deep and invigorating. desperately try to cover up all the blood seeping out with your hands. Wait, why is there blood in my mouth now? Actually, it was total annihilation, Kim.
I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
No, it was an ex-wife dream.
The lieutenant nods solemnly.
Don't worry, Stealth. We just had a dream about our ex-wife who looked like Dolores Day, who lived 400 years ago. Don't worry. It was nothing big.
I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
Swallow the blood and conclude. Let's comb the entire island centimeter by centimeter. That's the next step in the task chain.
Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
Okay. I'm gonna need your help, Kim. This great blast door must weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off it.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
What's on the other side?
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
How do we open this?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He looks at the door, then at its bigger brother, then at the lock.
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
You're right. We open the big one. Do you see controls anywhere?
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Yay. Did I get stuck on a nothing? I did. Okay.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
None of this is helpful. Run your fingers across the keyboard.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is this then?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
Could this open the blast door?
I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
Turn. Emergency open.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Oh, good. Nothing bad is behind that door. Oh, it just keeps going.
A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl.
Me too, Half-Light.
After you.
What's there?
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
I'm scared.
Don't be. I have a gun.
Harry, this reminds you, you're out of bullets.
Yes, because I tried to shoot that dude twice and missed both times. My gun is out of bullets, by the way.
Then it's extra good that mine is not.
Thanks, Kim. The hatch is jammed shut. Water rushes below, far down below. Okay. I don't want to mess around. This is where I need to go. One way or another. Walk slow. It might be dangerous. Yeah, I'm walking, not running. Fuck. This has been a bad stream. Just pretty much since the beginning. Things got worse and worse. And I'm very nervous about what happens next. Because I think this is basically where it ends. Oh, no. When I say bad, I mean bad things happened. Small white flowers blossom all around you. I don't mean bad from a streaming perspective. I mean bad from a 6 people died and I feel like I could have prevented it perspective. A rubber dinghy. It's deflated. Broken. No, I think in terms of, like, what it means for the game, it's been good. But it's just been unpleasant.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth.
An old deserter. I never did, Summer.
Then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp.
Didn't do that either. Look, if I fuck up, I've got to save, and I can do, like, a second final episode next week, which will hopefully go differently. But no, I did not save.
He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
You've retained your eyesight. That's a terrible way to start. Are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell 2 kids to put out their fire? 2 twins.
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
He still thinks he's at war.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
You've retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
A shudder of disgust passes his left side. His right side remains motionless.
Yeah, VO slightly disagrees with left and right compared to Half-Life. Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
I fueled the generator, then used the console.
I should have burned that console down.
How did you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
It was not rock and roll. It was sad FM.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness. A weapon of the bourgeoisie.
Gotta say, buddy, you don't look particularly happy.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music.
Well, that's just mean. Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
What make of rifle is that?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
A Samurai rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
The Xinjiao commune?
You heard me. It's good now, like chalk wiped from the board.
Your weapon has stayed true to you. Mine has stayed true to me, too.
Yes, I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck.
I mean, Gold, that's the right attitude.
Have you come to make me one of them?
I really haven't.
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more.
Lieutenant puts his hand on his holster.
If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
Another spitball lands in the ashes. That's all the answer he gives. The danger levels here are hard to read. One moment he's a fire, the next, a fire gone out.
I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. Not one move.
No.
Oh, shit! Kim? Lieutenant aims his pistol squarely at the man's head and says,
"Put it down now, sir."
Okay, I was trying to be more reasonable.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Shit, Kim, that was not where I thought that was going. I mean, you done good, but...
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
Pick up the gun lying in the sand.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stopped and patched in places with tape and wire. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangon, 4.46mm, made in Xinjiao.
This uses jacketed ammunition. 4.46.
Jacketed, military-grade ammunition. Stable in flight. Good for hitting something that's very, very far away.
He says, mostly to the old man.
As he speaks, he stresses every word. He's liking this.
Stow the gun.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession in time.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
Okay, so my first guess that he thinks they're still at war was wrong. He knows the war's over, but he kind of hasn't accepted that.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution.
Interesting.
I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
Yeah, he doesn't accept that the war is over.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
How did I know he was 51? You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands, too.
Okay.
I was an resurrection until they turned it into a spa.
Oh shit, you're right, Summer.
Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
You said you deserted your unit.
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
For what?
For reaction to take hold.
What's reaction?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
It wasn't reaction, you were just afraid.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
The lieutenant instinctively looks to his notebook, but does not take it out.
May the 13th, 08. 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic?
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
You didn't go to the map room.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened at the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Some kind of great terror. Worse than you've ever seen.
Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
What?
That the bourgeois are not human.
Let him finish.
I had to. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from you. How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
What do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot.
Oh.
Been passing it in stool, too.
Yeah, he's gonna die.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into his skull and back.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
I also have holes in my brain. Wait, you notice the lieutenant is about to say something. I'd rather hear what Kim says.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round.
People need to live.
It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
You said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
Yeah, I did a good job at stopping people from killing each other, so I'm not gonna fucking say that. We're with the RCM. Let's leave it at that.
Let's. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, the Parti Communiste dans le Monde. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
His hand shakes and he breaks into a coughing fit.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
You said you're a communist soldier from the communist army?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
Understood.
Like you belong to the Moralist Party.
Yeah, except I don't anymore. What is this place?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
I'm pretty sure I know what it was used for. Conclude. I realize we're coming up to my normal ending time, but since this is clearly... Like, I at least want to finish this segment, whether or not this is the end of the game. So, I'm going to carry on for a while. Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
It's the length of my entire life.
It's too long. It's not how a human being should live. But I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
You couldn't give up?
He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
He looks across the water.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, Children, street hawks, and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the plaza mosaic.
I burnt them.
Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk.
Meet who?
The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
For what?
For her to return.
Oh?
Her who?
Girl child revolution.
Girl child revolution?
Always.
Nothing in history is guaranteed, but revolution is still a possibility.
No. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves.
Ah, this dude's so depressing. Like, not in a bad sense, but just he's completely given up that things can get better.
The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Well, that was direct.
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
Oh.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Okay, suggestion. You remember how during the dream you told me never to trust you again? So... So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped.
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Crown? Thing is, he might not know that. Which one do I say then?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you, and in them a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
What?
All is not as it seems.
Interesting.
Detective.
Okay. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
Fuck, that was the wrong one.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
Okay, so just don't listen to suggestion anymore, apparently. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Crown?
The who now?
The corpse in ceramic armor, hanging behind the whirling in rags. Did you shoot him? Or the fan? Yeah, suggestion has really not been great lately. The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th.
Oh, yes. That one.
He looks up at the
Ugly
sky and
piece
clacks his
of
tongue.
work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
Lieutenant takes a sudden step toward him.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession.
I mean, that is fair, Stealth.
The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
I don't need your co-op. Oh, wait. What am I forgetting?
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
My head hurts. No. Yeah, have a good one, Summer.
Who cares? There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and on Clausia's balcony. Is this a coincidence? Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course. Thank you, Head. Thank you.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal.
I see no evidence of that.
Nothing else comes up. You see the lieutenant watch you. Try to stimulate thought processes by hitting yourself.
Don't worry about it, Kim.
I'm sorry, this didn't do anything. Usually hurting yourself does.
Officer, a word?
Excuse us for a moment, Mr. Dross.
I think we may have this.
Do you think he did it?
From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later.
Trying to get him to confess.
Yes, good going. That should be our first priority.
What am I missing? What haven't I done?
Ballistics. Let him cook here for a minute or two. We can have another look around the island for a sniper's nest. I think we should check out the post.
Small tower on the coast.
It doesn't have to hold in court. Just establish a line of sight and he'll do the rest himself.
Okay, let's do this.
Remember, he wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us. It needs to look like we already have everything.
There is palpable excitement in his tone. He likes him for this. A lot. But there's something more, too.
I think I also have an idea of motive, and I kind of hate it.
He thinks the deserter has more than just this case in him. 44 years.
Oh, yeah. You think he has more than this case?
Oh, yes. And he hasn't spoken to anybody in a long time. If we get him open, who knows what will pour out.
Pat him on the back and leave. Okay. So let's try to check out the potential sniper's nest. Where's the way in? There's the way in. Oh, I'm going to, Stealth. I have a truth stick. Did you forget? assume this is how I get to the potential sniper nest. Gold, I have the bigger truth stick as well. Don't worry. I have 2 truth sticks. 2 truth sticks is maximum truth. A firing slit, you can't see inside. Oh. The pain in your pelvis makes you wince. Then you continue. Okay, I'm gonna stop sprinting. The inside of the fortress. You make out the console and the blast door. No, still, 2 truth sticks is definitely maximum truth. I mean, who could possibly have, what, 3 truth sticks? A weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol. An old medicine cabinet, newly stocked with Druamine. More fuel. Interesting.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like 2 eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Inspect the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns.
I mean, that's true gold, but also, like, Harry can barely manage to shoot a dude who's like 4 feet away from him. I don't think he could wield 3 truth sticks.
And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Pick one out of the can.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Mortieri.
Our shooter's a heavy smoker.
Noted.
Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete first.
Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach.
Because if we cannot see the whirling from here, then it's not him.
A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments.
Oh!
Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
And on the right?
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
And between the two?
The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
There it is.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see the roof.
I can see it. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Kim, I could make it. I could make the shot.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Finally.
In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
That is completely true, and we followed every reasonable lead before coming here. 6 people are dead. We could have prevented it.
Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
True.
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here, I feel it.
Okay. So, time to go confront him. He had opportunity. What are the three? Opportunity, motive, and... Dang it, I can never remember one of them. Means. He had opportunity, he had means. We haven't yet proven... motive. But if we can prove two of those, then that's definitely something. And frankly, two of them will be enough to get a confession out of him, probably. And from now on, I apparently just ignore suggestion, because suggestion has terrible suggestions. Who would have thought? I have a suspected motive, which I really dislike, if true. Now, sir, don't be
Minions of capital. What do you want?
Don't be intimidated by my truth stick, but I do have a truth stick. This is a white check. You know, I'll check his body language later. One more time, Mr. Dross, the Colonel. We need to talk about you killing him.
Petty bourgeois law. This is all you care about, right? The only thing in the world for you types.
It's not the only thing, but you did straight up kill a dude.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Tear into him again. Pile it on him.
I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Dross.
Fucking imbecile.
Black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn-out old running shoes on his feet.
The maker is called Sensory. You see their V-shaped logo, but can't make out the size. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles
Interesting.
you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Maybe it's simpler than that. Let's go for the dramatic route. I don't have my drama gear on, unfortunately.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Hey! People change shoes. It doesn't mean you weren't there near the room the victim died in, sneaking around.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. More. He's gonna crack. But you need a little more.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this. Show him the gun.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
Apparently, still.
It's a real gun, not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those, jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
I mean, you killed him before that, so...
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen.
Oh, he's talking about the shooting. Fuck.
So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon.
Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
The old man does not say more. He just glances into the reeds and then twitches once more.
This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
We've done the ballistics. The shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession.
The lieutenant softens his voice.
You have been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
You said fascies. You're admitting you killed him?
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
He waves his hand. There's a twitch, then one more in his right eye.
Leave no stone unturned. Get him on what matters most.
Well, this isn't what matters most, but fuck it. Let's mention the Maybell.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic
Interesting.
even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinaise. Only here.
They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinaise is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
Look, those children's fingers are trying to deal with it.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
Curious tremor passes his face. A young woman called Glacia. Ring any bells? Flowers like these were behind her window.
Glacia.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
Yes, Glacia. You hadn't heard her name, had you?
My ears don't reach the city.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim. Mercenary.
With the victim?
He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch a spasm.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer, dripping with blood.
He was a rapist. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it.
Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner.
Oh. Implying that he didn't.
Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling. While the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Hold your breath as well.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
There, a hot flash of rage almost carries the smile away. Some dark peace.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it, anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own.
Buddy, we're police investigating a crime.
And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The lieutenant takes out his notebook, slowly, very slowly.
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
He shrugs, then smacks his lips.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
Another tremor passes his right side, lower in intensity.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
Yeah, it's also a good way to kill people, so...
Helps him see all the shit.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
If it's part of the shit you see... A lot, Stitch. So, the mercenaries challenged the other people. I got involved. It went badly. I got shot twice. 6 people died. And then we found the murderer hanging out on this island. That's a quick summary.
Then you pulled the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
Oh no. You know, we haven't found the bug yet. I thought maybe this would have improved my chances of getting this. What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore.
Stitch, I'm going to slightly disagree with you there, because you did not choose to follow the Nier story, because it is impossible to follow the story of Nier, from what I can tell.
And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
He wants to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
You wanted to punish her, so you killed him.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand. Silks flowing in her wake.
The dream.
See you tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air. Burning.
It's not like that. I don't think like that.
No one gives a shit what you think. You and your cronies kill 10 working-class men a day. I've heard the statistics on Channel 8.
Stealth, are you responding to Gold? Because yes, there is a Nier stage play. How long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
And beautiful.
That, too.
How could you see what she looked like? You said it was dark.
The sun came up. Her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more fags and snorted a line of whatever shit she was on, right there. She needed it just to move.
What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
Kind of hidden containers. Some kind of hidden container on the coast? You looked into it?
Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually.
Sloppy. We should have gotten her to tell us about this. Did you take the documents?
No, I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to phone. Oh, I mean...
Moving on. Did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now.
Oh no, he said cloaca.
All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
How did you see all this? The bruises, that she was beaten?
I'm not blind, am I?
Hang on, how come whole... Oh, it's whole slide gold. Yeah, how does he know those minute details about her body? Because he was the one using the peephole. Fuck, I failed?
Climb to the roof, maybe.
How did I... Ah, shit, my luck's been bad today. God. Seriously, I failed so many easy rolls. How did you get close enough to see her bruises?
I have my ways.
You've been through the secret route behind the whirling rags. Those were your footprints. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
Thank God, the lieutenant is picking it up.
Well, someone did it.
That's Nook too?
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You'd turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in.
Oh!
I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in the hostel now after a good wash. They all think I'm an antisocial, a vagrant. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty then.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union box window.
You had feelings for that woman.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Was that why you left the dried flowers behind her window?
No.
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
Say nothing.
Neither does he. He lowers his head, like a sunflower on a withered stalk. In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more.
We've got means, motive, and opportunity.
One more down.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him. It was about her.
Her.
He repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away. We don't know where she is. Well, she did do this. She got away, but she led us here first. She figured out someone was watching her from the sea fort.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lausanne's Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty, in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a seafort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing.
Yeah, those 2 other officers. They met someone, special consultant, and I am very concerned by that.
He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? His voice trails off as the 3 walk down the jetty.
Why are they waiting for me?
As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking.
Suggestion, you've been bad to me.
Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
Okay.
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world.
Honestly, that seems pretty
Listening
accurate.
to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container.
Good descriptor.
He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Let him finish, do not interrupt.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins.
It's not a terrible point, because, yeah, no one bothers to fix things.
Intense, like animals. Like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
That's going a bit far. Nod.
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Koyamorang, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
Seems unlikely.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
Well, that was unpleasant. Just not.
We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
What follows is ominous mumbling. You cannot make out a single word.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. What was that about? Steroids? It piqued your interest.
And the racist on the gates pumped full of steroids?
Yes, steroids. A racist on steroids.
You mean Measurehead, right? What's your opinion on him?
What is my opinion? You think the rich man has an opinion on this idiocy? Is the rich man on the radio telling you his opinion? No. The rich man's looking at real estate and fiddling his kids, wading through the corpses.
Ha, yes, but he was there. Why was he there if you can't have an opinion?
Nikki! You also cute. I, for one, do have an opinion on Measurehead that people need to hear, and it's not positive.
You moralist types are all crypto-fascists, eternally fascinated with lurid race topics.
I'm sorry, I kicked him in the
ruling
throat.
Class conduct their swindle, keeping the inane conversation going on Channel 4. The rich man doesn't care about complexion. He rules the world, and he laughs at your moral soliloquies.
By the cock parading in his colorful uniform, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A patank maniac race traitor.
Just nod.
I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one.
I'm just telling the truth, Nikki.
That one.
His shaky finger... But with a shaky finger, he points to the city, towards the crater near the plaza where a lonely pine tree stands.
Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
Renee's dead, so I'm wondering if he did.
He whispers with such predatory hunger. It borders on longing.
You'd like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth.
A treat, better served for later. He's a pleasure delayer.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day, the blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Rene. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Well, no, he's dead.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
Bad arthritis, yes. He's not playing this week.
Yes, of course. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood. Must be torture. Not to be throwing his balls for a whole week.
He seems relieved. Could he have been worried for him? He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred.
I know the stream's going on a little bit long, but this section is really fascinating.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
What's wrong with unions?
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the union's top brass.
That's an accurate way to describe it, Juice. Who's a disappointment? Everard Clare?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Oh? Doesn't Everard run the union?
That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, that one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about uprising and alienation and so on.
You've talked to Edgar?
First against the wall with him.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Luca, you don't need to apologize, ever. Thank you for being here.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to. Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I've hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
Interesting.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left, wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they?
Fair.
They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
What did you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzoff. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzoff. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
Okay, but those are not terrible things to offer. And he let you be here?
Let
Tom,
me
hello.
be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
So, Luca, this guy has confessed to killing the mercenary. Tom, you never need to apologize. I'm really glad you're here. That's all. So yeah, Luca, this guy has confessed to the murder. We're trying to figure out motive mostly at this point. Mr. Dross, did you kill the criminal mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Oh, Luca. You also have to watch at least part of the VOD to see the part where I fucked up and 6 people died. You did pass the billboard with Kingdom Hearts Sora on it, so that balances out. Oh yeah, Tom. People died. It was real bad.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them, but he's insinuating something.
83% chance. Chat, I have failed so many good rolls. So, yeah, like where we are now on the island, you can only get here, as far as I can tell, after the confrontation with the mercenaries. And that can go well, or it can not go well. And it went the second one. Okay. What's the deal between him and Edgar?
The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
20 years ago, when you met Edgar, Clares didn't run the Union yet, did they?
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
Who did? One of the things from several episodes back is that the person who used to run the Union before the Clares took over kind of mysteriously disappeared.
That bourgeois cow, Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
His eyes glistened suddenly with hatred.
Bordering on sentimentality, it drips out of him, tempered by something familiar to you. A familiar rage.
Thank you, Nikki, for telling the truth about Luca. And then she just disappeared.
Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
Edgar had someone make the call. Why is that, Mr. Dross?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is, the bend in the river. The truth.
Why?
Because she was dead.
Say nothing.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled? Hard to say. It was a sloppy job. And a moving target. She was going home, waddling, dressed in yellow, drunk like she often was. The ruins were black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her, and the ruins.
You shot her?
Someone shot her. Or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of holes. All I know is...
Another big spike of rage. Different from the one he has for her.
Nothing changed. Not in the material base. Not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words. The Union fizzled. Sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk. We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Go shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
But you did do it.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
The same old freezing hatred.
God, this guy hates everybody.
There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody. And the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
I'm glad we talked about this. Now...
It's all gone.
Fuck it. This doesn't matter. Assess his body language.
For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life alone on an uninhabited island, he seems surprisingly fit.
That's it?
He's prone to erratic hand gestures and clearly malnourished. But that's it. You can see no more by looking at his slouched frame. The moment passes, and you say,
Josef Lilianovich Druss, you're under arrest for the murder of the Krenel Colonel here in Martinez.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
The sum of all the erratic movements, fidgeting, and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
He's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
Have a good Dinor, Juice. Also, Juice is correct. Everybody in chat is cute, including Juice.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Perception legendary. Ooh! Can I improve my perception at all? That is... Nope, my perception is as good as it gets. Oh well. I'll try it.
There it is again.
Holy shit! I rolled a
To
10.
your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it...
Am I gonna find the bug after all this time?
Something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin.
I fucking
a very
am.
small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Shush, Kim. Do you hear that?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
Oh? Holy shit! Oh, that stick bug is very large.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds.
When they said it was the biggest stick bug.
To then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Holy shit! Okay, that was not what I was expecting. Oh god, we did get stick bugged. What is that? Oh! It's kind of beautiful, but it's very creepy.
What are you talking about?
The giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head.
Yeah, me too, Luca. And given the size of the traps, I suspect that the bug people thought the same thing. This is so cool!
You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
There is, I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
Okay, so I'm not mad.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane.
That was amazing, and the shift in the music?
But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
I wonder how long the model has been on screen. Possibly even moving slightly.
Be very, very careful.
Holy shit.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
So, Gold, earlier we were working with a cryptozoologist who said that there was the world's biggest stick insect in this area. And, like, you set up traps for him, and you check them, and you go through this whole thing, and nothing comes of it. But, like, we thought, like, world's biggest stick insect, like, palm of your hand. And then suddenly this? Oh. Listen carefully. Okay, 92% chance on that electrochemistry roll. This is the Insulindian phasmid.
It is.
You hear the familiar ring of his jacket unzipping slowly, painstakingly so.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open extremely carefully. It's the camera.
Are you sure you won't scare it off?
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
He is correct.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear. I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid.
Oh, I don't want to lose this. It's afraid. Stop now.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
He's letting his pride get in the way. You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
I have the pheromone. I can approach it.
I don't think the pheromone will do anything.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly.
Say something to it quietly. Something like, "Don't be afraid."
Nothing changes in the cyclical brain motion of the creature's limbs. They are porcelain white on the inside and reed-colored on the out, beige, light brown, and striped. You are unsure if it is scared or not.
You know what? I know that's a high shot, but I've got lots of points. I'm actually going to up my electrochemistry further. To as far as possible guarantee this. I could still roll snake eyes, but that's the only thing that can fail this at this point.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Raise your hand slowly.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence. No, stop. Be afraid.
Put your hand down.
The invertebrate comes back to life, stridulating. Sets of complex eyes follow you, moving in tandem on either side of the insect's small head.
Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
I don't want to scare it off. Back off.
The invertebrate stops, raising its scythe-like arms and tilting its tiny head, formed from the fused plates around its mouth. For a second, the effigy is frozen. Then it nudges back into motion with a click.
Tell me, what are you doing? Spoke to the hanged man, did not give up on the phasmid, and I know of parthenogenesis. Holy shit! Inland Empire is allowing me to speak to it. I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
Fire. Burning. That seems like a bad thing. If I tell you, what will happen?
But I will tell you what it's like for me.
I'm ill.
What is your illness?
I'm ill in my head. I'm insane. That's how it is for me. Actually, this is the one that I think is closer to what Harry feels. In my heart. For me, it's sadness. Input after input.
For me, it is not like that. I have states, not emotions. For example, I experience excitement at unexpected sugar rewards. But that is not important.
This game has some of the greatest moments I've ever experienced.
Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache.
Hi, Chen. Stuff is happening. Yeah, I can't even summarize it. The fuck is happening to me right now? You're the type of animal I would like to be. Chen, I don't know if you've seen my earlier streams of this, but in one of the earlier streams, there was a cryptozoologist who said that the world's biggest stick bug lived in this area. And there was no proof, and, like, we all thought world's biggest stick bug is, like, the size of a hand. No, this is the world's biggest stick bug. We can talk to it because we're really in touch with, like, our inner mind. You're the type of animal I would like to be.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not. Why are you asking?
Sometimes, when molting, I regrow a lost limb. One time something went wrong, and a small leg replaced a missing antenna.
Small leg? That's horrible.
Yes, the leg tried to move around independently, making it hard to walk.
You don't have a foot there now.
Yes. Thankfully someone ate it.
Oh.
Next time I molded, I grew an antenna again.
Where does this come from? All this around us, the world.
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
Then all we can do is beat our fists against it, day after day with no answer?
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Oh, I love you. What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulindian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molting, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys.
And everyone was looking for Stickbug on the reeds, so no one ever saw it.
It may have unknown, dangerous biochemical characteristics, that help it maintain its camouflage.
No, no one believed they exist. Almost no one. Until you came, Detective. Dripping off blood that smells like strawberries. Across the calm sea. The first in 1,000 years.
Every now and then this happens, where the voiceover and the written text completely do not match.
I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
Well, remember, Gold, all of this is actually me. This is what happens when I connect with, like, my deepest inmost soul. The Insulindian Phasmid cannot speak. Are you poisonous?
Yes, I do not have a starter display, so I use a neurodegenerative element to aid in camouflage. Do not worry, it is only destructive over long periods of time.
Oh.
The deserter. He's been here for a long time.
Oh shit, he literally cannot see it. It's destroyed the part of his brain that sees it. Harry knows this because he spoke to the cryptozoologist. Is this a dream? What is happening?
No, you are awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
That's insane.
No, you are.
That's true.
The moral of our encounter is I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile simian nerve system ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you.
What?
The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
So, the Pale is something to do with humans. Yeah, what is the Pale?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
That's probably true.
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Worse how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
I will be extra careful not to blink, Stick Insect. Don't worry.
Please be. Or one day, one of you will close your eyes and sigh, and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
How do I respond to this? This is one of the most incredible things any game has ever done. Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
Then I am having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
No, I told you what it's about. Our fate.
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all.
No, there is one more.
Oh, the kindest, the scariest, or the most beautiful? It's definitely not the scariest. I think it might be the most beautiful. It's amazing. Of all the creatures I've ever met, you are the most beautiful.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
I will try.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Bruh, why are you suddenly a fucking communist? You're a stick insect. Okay, Kim. Take the picture.
Okay.
It's interesting, Gold, because I got that feeling as well.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Kim, if you shoot this, I will be angry.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword.
Oh.
The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops onto photo paper in your hand. A polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds in the sky, and you as a shadow before it.
For all time.
Slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy.
I'm not sure he
Its
could have,
touch
Luca.
on your fingertip feels cold.
It's described as a very primitive camera, so it probably has like one mode.
The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet. Looks like someone's got hurt in a fight. This antennae is much smaller than the other one.
Ah, and we know why.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Look at your finger.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
This is a mistake. Lick your finger.
It tastes like sugar.
Oh.
Very faint. The anthropod towers above you. Tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water.
Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing.
Run your hand up the slender limb higher.
A small shudder passes the creature's arm. High above you, its black pearl eyes still glisten, mesmerized by the light passing its nervous system.
We got it.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Disengage slowly.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
Holy shit, what a moment.
And Just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
Why is a bug talking to me in a video game about a murder one of the most deeply, genuinely meditative moments I've ever had? That was incredible.
It's gone.
It can walk on water?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now? What now?
What
now? Yeah.
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Literally the parts of his brain that could perceive it have been destroyed by its venom.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
We will. I was planning to stream for a little longer than normal today, but like I can't stop at this point. Oh! The fucking helmet! And also a rifle scope. I don't think this game is finished. I thought this was like the end of the game. I feel like there's going to be a whole extra chunk.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Sir, how could you not see the phasmid?
See.
Mr. Dras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets.
I think I
His
might at some
gap-toothed
point, Luca.
mouth shaking.
Do things very differently, but...
With fear and longing. Like an addict of some terrible substance.
Wave your hand in front of his eyes.
A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What's happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
I think it's the phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke.
He couldn't see it, Kim. It's just the reeds for him. I'm gonna go with this one. It's definitely toxic.
Told you? Yes, good. In your long staring match, I understand.
Kim, you know the weird things happen in my brain.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dras.
No response.
Maybe this is how the phasmid has stayed hidden all these years.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it.
Which is why the cryptozoologists who have studied it for years can't find it.
Mr. Dras, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
He's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it in its company?
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place. And the insect, maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
One time, Mickey, it's fine. We found some things in the phasmid's nest, Mr. Dross.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
Show him the ceramic helmet?
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is. The last embers have gone out. The war is over.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
Show him the detached scope.
I lost...
You lost it, Mr. Dross?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid.
Lieutenant observes the lens sparkling in your hands.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh.
Yeah, I don't think he's there anymore.
You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
I'm going to let you rest now, Mr. Dross.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The strength has all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here, if we don't take too long.
So, an hour and a half ago, I thought we were nearly finished. I now have no guess how long the rest of the game is going to be. I need to make dinner. So I am going to end stream here. But oh my god, what a game. I have rarely in all my life experienced a game like this that so consistently catches me off guard, makes me rethink what games are, frankly. It is just an absurd and beautiful experience, and I cannot wait to play more of it. I will probably do that stealth because I don't know how much there is left. Gold, we just wouldn't have seen it. I strongly suspect that entire sequence just wouldn't have happened. For those who haven't played this, I cannot recommend this game enough. It's incredible. We're going to raid Barry specifically because there is something I want to do in Barry's stream. So if you want to see the end of Disco Elysium next week Sunday at 2:30, and depending on how much there is left, which who knows, it could be 15 minutes, it could be 5 hours. This game does weird things, but I will have another game planned. I'm also going to be streaming tomorrow at 5:30 Eastern. I'm playing Monster Hunter. Wednesday 5:30 Eastern. Friday 8:30. Saturday 5:30. I do a lot of streams these days. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. This has been absolutely wonderful to have you, to just experience this whole mad, beautiful mess. And I hope to see you all around in the coming streams. I don't have a particular raid message. I know that's a smart thing to do, but my brain's just... Actually, our raid message has to be get stick bugged. Because I mean, how can it not be, right? How can it not be get stick bugged? So yeah, I hope to see you all around. I hope you have a lovely day going forward. You're rad, and you're all cute. Ciao.